Fuck all people here again. Good afternoon. Emerald and Freddie. Look at this massive turnout again today. G'day Tom, how are you? Welcome, Tom from Croatia. Hey? That's right. So they say. Yeah. But yeah, there's no bastard here. I say that this time every week, so maybe more will turn up, maybe more are on their way in, but I don't know. It feels pretty small. Apparently this week they're going to be doing something different. We're stopping on, instead of going for a walk and then going to a festival, apparently they're going to be stopping along the way and have speakers at different locations during the march, which might be a little bit different, make it a little bit better, more interesting. So we'll see how that rolls. But yeah, this is it so far. Just kind of disheartening. Oh well, it is what it is. I'm here. There's hardly anyone here, but oh well, we're here. Got a nice little protest happening in Canada there, Freddie. Well, here we are. Freddie said it's getting. Freddie said, yeah, Freddie's from Canada. He said it's getting bigger. All highways are jammed, and the convoy's main body isn't there until tomorrow.
Shit on. Go Canada. I'm loving watching it.
Yeah, it's good. Something like that would happen here. I was kind of expecting, maybe hoping for something like that here when the construction blokes went out, but they only went out for a couple of days and then they all rolled over. They're trying to get one here.
They're trying. Well, there are people like just in their cars and stuff that are convoying tomorrow, but I don't know how many trucks they're going to get.
Knowing Australians, it'll be probably fuck all.
I don't expect it to be much at all. But they're trying.
Justin Castro says they're unacceptable.
Oh yeah, unacceptable opinions.
G'day, Zell.
Little Castro boy who's gone into hiding. Isolation zone.
Yeah. That's what they say.
Because he has, maybe he's got the son of Omicron.
Yeah, maybe. Can't protect the sun.
They can't protect the sun.
Yeah, that's what my sister was just saying. They're trying to get one together to go to the capital city, Canberra. But knowing Australians, and fuck all will happen. Like our construction, when all the construction blokes went out, they were going, every day they said, and they came back for a second day. Then the Premier shut down their shut down construction for a couple of weeks, and we've never seen from them again. Maybe they all went and got jabbed. Bit disappointing. I mean, I'm sure there's a few of them scattered out through here, but there's so much for that big movement. Everyone was all so proud of it. So yeah, good luck Canada. I hope it all goes well. It'd be nice if you start something there that others take up on, see how the Australian one rolls, but I'm not holding any hopes. Australians are pretty shit really, just rolled over in the main. Hope you're right, Zell. I'm just not that optimistic. I'm sort of prepared for the worst. I expect the worst and hope for the best. Fuck it. I've got that sound system, it's terrible. It's all distorting. Listen to that. Sounds terrible, guys. Fix it. That's better. It's starting to clear it up a bit. That's right. Yeah, Freddie goes in Canada there. The country has thousands of supporters lining the streets at negative 30 degrees.
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Yeah.
They've just got to make sure they stay together. It's amazing watching
Yeah. Can't believe that we can't pull anything together like that. Yeah, I was watching Blue Blood had a song about it. He was saying how big it was. He's got another video I haven't watched yet. I think he's a trucker in the convoy. Oh yeah, of course. We won't. You'll only if it makes the news. It won't be negative how they're fucking cutting up. It'd be to blame them for something. Why is this thing ball joints going?
If I can hear right now in England and also in Germany, in Belgium, and all about 8 or 10 different nations, they refuse to mandatory vaccinations. They open up the border. And that's amazing. There's over 150,000 Canadian truck drivers right now on the road. They're going to go into the capital in Canada. Over 35,000 firemen in New York City quit because of the jab. 35,000 policemen and firemen refuse the jab, and now they've got a big shortage of these two areas. And so that's amazing. I want to say in Canada, I'll give you some more information, medical information. There's 1.3 million doctors around the world refuse the vaccination. 1.3 million doctors. I got a brother-in-law, he's a surgeon, he does liver surgeries and kidney transplants, and he said what is the killer is the booster, is the Pfizer booster. There's about 10 different kind of World Health Organization medical staff, medical scientists, and 3 of them said, if you pass the booster, we're going to quit. So 3 of them actually quit. And that's the amazing thing.
The sound system is disgraceful.
Yeah.
That's somebody screaming into it. It's fucking terrible. Can't understand a word he's saying. It's not that hard. They've only got one microphone. to plug into the desk, to plug into the speakers. It's not fucking hard. We used to do it years ago. Put 2 guitars in it and a microphone.
It's like there's some people that
Yeah. And all the plosives, all the P's and that, because they talk right into it. Yeah. Yeah. All that tells you is that whoever's making those videos never watch it, they never watch what they've just done to see how it goes. So just Trumpster, there's probably 400 if we're lucky. It's really quite a sad turnout. But that's Melbourne, that's Victorians for you. Can't get your boosters, Melbourne. Then each week I say that at this point, I say how disappointing the turnout is, and then we go for a walk and it looks like heaps, but this is literally disappointing. Can't even fill an intersection. Not like what's happening in Canada. Oh, Canada, kicking us in trucks. Well, maybe we should all have driven a fucking truck here. That's what we should have done. We should all have driven a truck here each. Yeah. Maybe that's what we should change on our licence plates instead of, what is it, the Victoria, the Garden State or the place to be or whatever it is. Victoria, the rollover capital of the world. No, we should all, everybody should be getting around those Zorb balls, because they're just like rolling over. No, like I said, those construction workers were the litmus test for anything big, and because they got the numbers that they could actually. Well, but that's the fucking idiots. They were standing in front of their union building saying shut it down. They wanted to close it down on their, on strike, and then fucking the government did it, and then the fucking all just, where are they all? Because they were eliciting a similar feeling to what their truckers in Canada were doing, like, oh, awesome, they get up, everyone was talking about it. And then they just rolled over, and nope, now it's nothing. There's a flag for the Trump stuff. Q-tard over there with his Trump flag. Trust the plan, the white hats have got it. Like the white hats. Go the white hats.
People with their big red flag on
Yeah, no one's here. There's literally no one here. How you going?
Good to see there's lots of police here. If the numbers ever get below about 500, the police will come in and try and shut it down.
Probably.
Yeah, they will.
Probably.
And they'll use violence, and then they'll go, and the mainstream media won't cover it. And they'll go, oh, we're only following orders. Oh, of course they will. Like every single fucking time they have. Yeah. They'll instigate the violence by kettling the group, and then, you know, heaven forbid if there's a little old lady in there marching with it. What, they're gonna not push over little old ladies now, and they're all on speed. Drug compulsory. What we as civilians should be doing is buying drug tests and going up to random police officers and randomly testing them for drugs. So you are going to take a random drug test at the behest of the authorised civilians, like so in what we're talking about, like sheriff, and then so you find a particularly aggressive police officer, and you say, all right, mate, you're going to be drug tested right now, and if they test positive, then watch as they get even more aggressive, right? That'd be, I guarantee that's. A lot of them are on speed.
Yeah, you'd never get them.
When they go to these testing, they're looking to crack skulls, you know. What happened to those two police officers that pushed over Mary in Richmond? Nothing. Right? Well, because they were justified in their violence against a little old lady that couldn't run after they kettled the group, instigated her violence, then the rest of the group pushed through. She couldn't run. She turned around and said, hey, what are you doing? And previously in the day, she'd been walking with the Age reporter, talking with him, a photographer for the Age. She'd been walking with him about a metre or so away from the police, so she didn't think there was a risk of her being violently assaulted by them.
No. The big difference. That's a good whistle.
Underestimating our adversary is as foolish as believing them omnipotent. So we shall observe them in answer.
Let's go and see if we can hear what he's saying.
Get your fucking passport through the identity.
The Australian Defence's values are service, courage, respect, integrity, and excellence. We choose to serve our country by not allowing tyranny to ascend. We choose to show courage and face consequence. We respect our people and protect them from a treasonous government.
Here's that bloke that was screaming that none of your business was a copper. And I listened back to a bit of that, and I went, and he's going, he's a fucking cop. And I said, no, that's none of your business. Like, as if I'm saying this. When I listened back to it, and no wonder he kept going off his head. I said, no, it's not. It's none of your business. He's a YouTuber. Oh, that's his name, none of your business. Because it sounded like I was telling him, shut up, mate, it's none of your business. Yeah, Trump the actor, father of warp speed. Yep, a real hero, Freddie. Q-tards will tell you that he's still the president. I'll be surprised if he even runs. You know, they're trying to make it sound like he'll be back again in 2024. I'll be surprised if he runs in 2024. Well, if they're going to have speakers along the way, I hope they get a fucking sound system sorted out. That's terrible. Oh, is he? Yeah, I don't think any more people are going to be coming. I think this is it. Oh, the pilot guy. He's the pilot, isn't he, Hoodie? No, there's really no one here. There's an old doggy. Oh, there's another. Must be a stream going on about the Ottawa thing. Ottawa walk stream. 12,000 people watching that. That's good. Need more eyes on that shit. Because there's nothing happening here. I don't even know if I should bother doing this shit. There's that dude over there, the YouTube channel Auditing Australia, by the lights there. Yeah, we need here. Be lucky to get one. Be lucky. Quite sad, really. Few stragglers. It's not too terrified. And I think Blue Blood, if you might remember Blue Blood, I think he's in the convoy as well.
Must be going that way.
Okay. Shitty little turnout. You got Canada setting the stage out there. A lot of people that come to these things would know about it. Well, why aren't they all out here? And this one that they've got, this truck thing here that they've got going in it, it'll be fuck all.
It'll be like
20 trucks, something, it'll be bugger all. Yeah, they're all owned. Yeah, there's not many owner drivers anymore. Yeah. Well, I dare say in the likes of Canada and the US, a lot of owner drivers. Whereas here, like you said, they're all Linfox Corporation, or they're all owned by somebody, like a business, and they just employ drivers. Like Judy's brother, he's an owner driver all those years. He used to own, I don't know if he still does, but he'd drive his own truck and that.
I knew your mum was really good at and I played the game against you when I was up around. I think it was you had not
He's calling him out here. Let's walk around past these guys up here in the bush.
What is my problem? Because I don't like being used, asshole. You happy to. I didn't shove anything down your fucking throat.
On the spot. There you go. Don't know what that was all about. Spewing, I didn't have a good microphone on that. Air raid siren. A lot of motorhomes. Freddie says there's a lot of motorhomes and cars and four-wheel drives as well. It's not just the truckers. No, but I still always walk next to the fucking drummers. Yeah, these things, they just look bigger when you're walking in them. I think that's all it is. It's really not that big. Overwhelming feeling of disappointment and defeat. Start of it over there. There's hardly anyone here, really. It's about as big as one of those environmentalist bloody marches. If this was about the fake climate change, there'd be people, the media all over it. And that's the end of it. That's everyone. So let's walk up, get up near the start, at the front, and we'll let them do a walk by. Yeah, we're fucking hopeless down here, mate. The rollover capital of the world. I'm renaming Australia the rollover capital of the world. Yeah, roll over, bend over. I'm going to scoot up near the front and let them walk past. It'll only take about a minute. It's a real shithouse turnout, Melbourne. Or Victoria. So Victorians love their fucking jabs, don't they? One of our stops here, eh? Get down on the side here. Then when they take off,
in there anyway.
no, when they take off, we'll get like a walk by. At the front of 50 Lonsdale Street. Gonna need bigger numbers to do that, Victoria. There's not many of us here today. Seems Canada has taken that mantle at the moment. All eyes on Canada. Hopefully they'll inspire some more like this. Because we all fit comfortably into this little area. It's a pretty sad turnout. Really disappointing. Really defeating.
First stop on our journey tour through Melbourne. Melbourne is Melbourne plus Beijing, in case you're wondering. It's the Department of Health and Inhuman Services.
I agree.
Oh, sorry, Department of Health and Inhuman Services. We have a first speaker, Lucinda the Lionheart.
To know DHS a lot better than I had previously myself. I'm a foster carer. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I've been a foster carer, so I've worked with DHHS, and of course I've been working with, I've been working, as all of you, DHS has represented the loss of so many of our freedoms over the last 2 years, with all of their mandates that
King 9, Border of Chaos, g'day.
So one of my experiences, some of you know, is in hotel quarantine, where we're seeing so many of our rights have been taken away. Myself, I was held in hotel quarantine for 28 days. For the first 14 of those, I had foster children with me, and because of the system and the rigidity of all of their rules, they had the children with me for 14 days, despite the fact that they were COVID negative and had done 14 days in quarantine. Because I wasn't tested, they took the children off me and put them back in quarantine with a stranger for what I believe to be a further 10 days. Now we're talking little children. Now that's my story. There are so many stories. I was in New Zealand, but a lot of people in Australia haven't even been able to leave their hotel rooms. I'm hearing stories coming out of Northern Territory where people don't have access to food, like groceries, petrol, etc. Even some food banks are refusing service to people if they're unvaccinated. So all of these things, this is insane. It's completely unlawful. It must stop. We, the people, get the chance to say, not on our watch. We will not comply. We need to stand up. We need to stand together and end this insanity in the tyranny. Thanks, everyone.
Journey tour to Belgium is just down yonder, Tyranny HQ of Victoria Police. My bad. I trust the signs, but not my directions. We'll be going to St. Vincent Hospital.
Yeah, show you. We'll let everyone do a walk past so you can see what a disappointing turnout it was today. I'll just wait here. Yeah, I know. See, that's it. After watching the shit in Canada, you see that. And I really thought that might inspire a few more to get out today, but it seems to have kept people at home. Yeah. That's everybody. Go up a little bit. They're going the other way. Thought we were getting in front of everyone. Now they're walking up that fucking way. Sorry everyone. I was going to give you let everybody do a walk by so you can see just how small the numbers were. Well, how big and what a great turnout we got today. Oh well, maybe from the next one. So it feels big when you're sort of in this little confined space. That wannabe rapper guy with the long curly hair. He does some crappy raps. But good on him. I just really don't like Australian rap music. It sounds so cheap and nasty. Past from here. We'll go up across the road. Alright, so this is how big it is. There's the beginning. Should take about a minute for everyone to walk past.
Don't talk anything.
count about fuck all. There are more trucks on the road in Canada than there are people on the street here. 100% agree with you, Dr. La, but there's not enough of us out here making a noise, so we're stuck with them for a lot longer yet. And that's the end of it. So I told you to take about a minute for everyone to walk past. On the largest protest we had, it took an hour for everyone to walk past the camera. Shows you no one gives a shit. Shit, video keeps buffering bad in that spot. It might get better when we get up the hill here. So that walk past was probably useless. Try and get it again for you. Right, why bother? Especially when no one turns up like we've got here today. Like you said, those big ones here, big one in Brisbane, they were big all around the nation. Maybe some people just do want, oh, let's come out once. It's sad if they just, same numbers kept coming every week, you know, something might happen. But
save our children!
Fucking hell, right in my ear.
Save our children!
Nothing, that's no point paying any attention to anybody here today.
Save our children!
It's like a, I don't know,
Save our children!
group of fringe fucking weirdos. Not numbers big enough to be taken seriously about anything. Except maybe climate change, perhaps. These numbers would make a difference. Yeah, these numbers we could definitely affect climate change policy, I guarantee that. So this is a better format for a protest march, you know, to walk a little bit and stop, and somebody's going to stop and talk. Walk a bit further, then there's a bit of a chat, rather than everybody walk and then go to a festival.
St. Vincent Hospital, where the Victorian government pays them to basically commit medical genocide. I'm going to introduce a speaker who then subsequently introduce two very, very important people, and I want you to listen very carefully to what these people have to say. Tammy Jane has been here interviewing victims of the vaccine for some time, and we will have those speakers coming up. Tammy Jane.
Hey guys, good to see you all. Yeah, as was just said, I have been interviewing people who are injured by this, whatever you want to call it, injection, let's call it that. And it's not unusual for me to get a message in my inbox on Facebook on a daily basis from people who are injured by this injection. That is the truth. Okay, I have it in writing, it's in my inbox. I have people who have been done once, they're completely destroyed by it health-wise, and they cannot get an exemption for the second one. It is really upsetting. I've cried many tears talking to these people. And I have been rallying for these people, raising funds for these people, and it's really time that we all get behind these people and help them have the courage to tell their stories and to help other people not fall into the same trap. So I'm going to introduce Jessie first. Jessie is so brave. She's only 18, guys, give her a hand. Okay, so I got a message from Jessie's mum not long ago, and it was really upsetting to read that message, to hear about what happened to Jessie, and I thought it was time to interview her. I interviewed her. The interview went crazy with people commenting and wanting to support her, and it's just destructive what's happening, and it's going to the younger ones as well. So Jessie feels it's time for her to have her voice heard, to help other parents make an informed decision. So Jessie, if you could just share with us, I'm just going to help Jess by asking her questions, guys. If you can share with us what injection you had, how many, and how it started, what happened at the start for you, darling.
Yeah, so I had the Pfizer at both shots, and then basically what started was I started with like rashes and stuff and blacking out. Like I black out now all the time. Like I'll just faint, like just standing there at work. I can't go to work like 60 hours, which usually I could do easy. I don't go out anymore. Like, you know, I have heart palpitations. Like I've been in the hospital for it. They've said post-Pfizer Kawasaki syndrome. Like, you know, it's just after the second jab, everything's just happened. It's just not a normal life anymore. Like, can't even wear like things because I just have this rash everywhere that like I don't want people to see from the jab. Like, I've had doctors sit there and say, yeah, from the jab. Like, you know, they can't rule it out. They said we've tried, you know, virals, like everything, like it's the jab. Like, you know, I've had doctors say it to me over the phone. I've had face-to-face in the hospital. Mum said to them, is this from the jab? And they're like, yeah, like, you know, so yeah.
So Jessie actually has paperwork where it actually states that one of the possible reasons is because of Pfizer taking that. So it's actually on the paperwork, guys. With the heart palpitations, I can remember hearing, like in the interview, like the severity of it and like some of the pain and everything. Can you describe that and how frightening it was?
Yeah, so I get really bad chest pains. Like I come home crying, I can't move. Like the chest pains, just it feels like I'm having a heart attack. Like Mum thought I was having a heart attack because it's just so much pain. And like I've been admitted to hospital for chest pains, like the tightness. feels like you're dying. Like, the pain is unbearable. Like, I cry. I don't cry. And for me to cry, it takes a lot, and it's just not good. Because we are standing outside of a hospital, I'm going to mention this. I've heard lots of stories from people who are injured by this injection and the way they're being treated when they try to get answers or get treatment, and when they end up there at the emergency ward with their symptoms from having the injection in the first place. It's absolutely disgusting. The stories I'm hearing are just astounding. I can't believe that our health system is doing this to people. They are making people sit outside in the freezing cold. This is what happened to Jessie, for hours and hours when they've got serious symptoms such as blacking out, heart pain, pain throughout their body. It's just disgusting, guys. It shouldn't be happening. And I'm hearing that the Western medical world, hospitals and GPs and things like that, are just turning these people away. They have no answers, they have no treatment.
What you give it to them for?
Yeah. So the people that I'm finding that are stepping forward and actually helping people like Jessie are naturopaths, Chinese doctors, all those kind of things in the alternative medicine world. So coming back to Jessie, I just want to ask, what was it that made you take it? And it's the same reason so many people have, and it's got to stop. Yeah, I took it. I'm freshly 18. I want to go out and work, and if I didn't get it, I wasn't working. I wasn't earning money. I wasn't going out with my friends. I was nothing. I was going to have no life. I want the life. Like, they took it away from me. I had no freedom if I didn't get it. I was just going to be stuck. So I had no choice but to get it. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have got it. But I had no choice. That's why I got it. And who was it that you were working for? KFC. I heard KFC's running out of chicken. That's good. Alright, so Jessie, if you could say one thing to anyone who is your age or in the teens or younger who are afraid, their instincts are saying don't do this, or they got questions, what would you want to say to them? Speak out, ask those questions you have, you know, like don't be afraid to come and stand up here and tell people about it, or just tell someone about it. If you have those reactions or you're not feeling well and you notice it's from the jab, or you know, you actually haven't got it yet, you don't want to get it, don't get it. Like, fully recommend don't get it. Be that voice for someone else, you know, that's what I'm here for. I want someone else to hear me and someone else step forward, you know. It's a chain reaction, that's what we're setting off. Thank you so much. Give her a round of applause, guys, for courage and strength. Alright, so now I've got another woman that I've interviewed a couple of times. She's been injured for quite some time, and her symptoms were pretty severe for quite a few months. She's actually doing okay today. It's probably the best I've seen her. Her name is Danny. Please welcome Danny.
This is the lady at Geelong. She went down twitching at Geelong. And we had the little rally there months ago.
Danny is a single mum. She drives a truck,
looking a bit
and
better
she
today.
had to take
Still
the jab to keep her job, and it's been quite a journey for Danny. So I'm going to see what she has to say. Would you like to share by the start, what happened at the start?
Well, same shit, sorry. Same shit as everyone else. Take the fucking thing or don't have a job. Held out as long as I could. Couldn't afford it anymore. I've got a kid to feed. Took the thing. 12 hours later, I'm in hospital having body spasms. Well, they don't really know what's wrong with me yet. I have body spasms every day. I have good days, I have bad days. Today's a good day. Yesterday was a fucking shit day. Basically, guys, do something, because we're dying and I've just given my kid up because I can't afford to survive and feed her. Stop this shit! Fucking country!
I think you've told them, definitely.
Losing shit for this government! They hate you! They don't want us here! Fight them! Stand up!
Alright, thank you everyone. I'm going to have to step down, but this is happening every day. It's serious. I'm talking to these people every day, guys. It's got to stop. We have to stop this from happening to any more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy Jane. And what amazing courage from the two ladies that spoke about their experience from the DNA altering therapy. It's not a vaccine. Amazing courage. Thank you very much. And on our next stop on our tyranny tour is the Australian Federal Police headquarters. And I have a brother here who will tell you what we're doing there. We're just doing this now so we won't have to sit up there before we move to Victoria Police headquarters.
Hello everyone. All three people fighting for freedom, ours and others. Guys, as you know, we are serving papers all around the country. Velvet Revolution is serving papers at all police stations around the country. These papers were accepted and the event number was given in the New South Wales, in Queensland and Northern Territory. But in Victoria, we have special forces. When I went to a station at Knox with Ed, and we tried to serve the papers, they say they're not interested. They just say that this is a federal problem and we should go to federal police. So that's why we're going to go now to federal police. Of course, we know that most likely they try to play some games because we know who they work for. But we've got here now a victim of the vaccine who just spoke before, Danny. She's a very brave lady. And she is going with our support, with support from Solidarity Boys and everyone of here. And Ed, we're going to go together and support her and forward papers or serve the papers to federal police. And then we go to police headquarters in Victoria. And we're going to go the same thing. There's no way, they cannot hide. We've got a victim here who is going to put papers as a criminal, basically, report, and they have no way to go. They will have to respond. Unfortunately, in Victoria and around Australia, and around most countries in the world, everything is happening thanks to these boys which are on outside of us here, okay? If they didn't enforce these directions or mandates, that wouldn't be happening. But we need them on our side. That's why we don't want fights, we don't want the situations, what happened just recently in Kazakhstan, on the 1980s in Poland. We don't want situations where police is beaten by the people and they're asking for mercy. We don't need it. We want them on our side. So let's go to Federal Police, Australian Federal Police Office, and then from there we go to police headquarters and we just ask them to be with us and to make sure they're doing their job. Thank you. Let's do it.
Yeah, no worries, Johnny. Welcome. That was very moving. That Danny lady was. We had a shitty little protest down at my hometown in Geelong, and she was there, and she actually was on the ground. She passed out on the ground, and she was spasming all over the place. I didn't film it, of course, but that happened there, and it was good to see her here again today, looking a little bit better, but you can still see how twitchy and shit she is. So yeah, she did a number on her. Well, this protest format's a lot better. March, stop and somewhere, hear some stuff, rather than the festival at the end of the day. That was getting old. It's just a shame there's no one here. It's not a big crowd. Yeah, crowd numbers are just a little disappointing. Imagine how much more powerful Danny's speech or whatever would have been if there was hundreds of thousands of people. Everyone's clamouring to hear what she had to say. And so we're going back this way. Yeah, I see a few peacemaker people are pointing this way.
Does that go for Bluetooth?
It's got a big jab. Jab me harder, daddy, it says on the side. Alright, off to where's next? The Federal Police Building. Okay. Yeah, much better protest format. Just really shitty turnout.
I'm hoping that's because the rest of them are going.
Yeah, maybe. The Canberra convoy thing. Well, they could just shut the border on them, not let them through. Yeah, Johnny's right. He goes, the police are not going to become ethical again just because you're nice. He's 100% correct, but you know, if we become like them, and that just gives them license to go even more to the dark side. You've got to hold your own integrity. I think that's the key. You know, they'll do what they're going to do as long as you keep your integrity intact. I think it'll probably be your downfall in the end, but you know, when you meet your maker, you say you held firm. Hey Joe, how are you, mate? And Johnny, if you're still here, feel free to clip that little bit out, or any part that you want. I imagine we're both thinking about Danny's speech. If you want to clip that out and use that, feel free. More than welcome. Dog having a shit? No, you just missed it. Sorry. Could have got you a picture of the dog having a shit. It looked a whole lot like a politician speaking. I'm looking forward to getting home and catching up on the Canada. Apparently so.
I'm on their Facebook page.
There'll be people covering it. You get a lot of people on YouTube that grab the different feeds and have them all on the screen at once. So just pop it in, Canada, convoy, protest, whatever. It should pop up. Maybe if you search for the live version or whatever, you should be able to find it. Yeah, Joey, pretty Joe Cool flyer. Pretty small turnout here today. A little disappointing. Much better protest format. Instead of walking around and then going to like a festival, today we're walking from location to location, different significant buildings. Like we just stopped at the hospital there, we stopped at the Department of Health and Human Services before, and somebody's getting up and giving a speech at each of these places. We just heard from 2 vaccine injured people in front of the hospital, which was good. It's just a little disappointing that the numbers aren't what we've seen before. Vanos out and about again. He's here every week. Yeah, the Canadians are doing us proud. They've been sort of quite quiet for a long time. Looks like they've pushed into the wrong area. So we can only say thanks to all those guys in the trucks. Such a big thing is bound to grab some more attention and hopefully inspire similar things around the world. I see that a couple of Aussies have jumped on the bandwagon, and apparently there's supposed to be some kind of convoy heading to the capital starting tonight or tomorrow. When's the Aussie convoy? Starting tomorrow, with the plans of being in Canberra on Monday. So it will be very interesting to see how big a numbers they get for that. you never know. It could be, you know, like typical Australian style. Everybody jumps on at once, and they have the big thing to begin with, and then they want to carry it on, and everybody just fucks off home. Like these protests, we've had a few big ones towards the end of last year.
Yeah, they think they can do it once and they've just solved everything.
Yeah, and now we're down to small numbers.
Consistency doesn't seem to be as
The largest protest last year, like I said, there was a time-lapse camera set up somewhere, and that footage showed people walking past in very thick numbers. Took an hour to walk past the camera. We tried it before, but I think the footage was buffering a bit. But if I stood at the front, it'd take almost a minute and a half, 2 minutes tops, for everybody to walk past here. I'll be generous and say 5, but it's not that long. So here, I'll show you. Here's the front of the crowd. And the back. Yeah, it always looks better when we're out, when we're walking, and then we stop and gather in one place. It's quite small, unless more have started to come, but I can't see it. It's better than nothing, I guess. Got to look on the bright side. Just sort of, you know, each week. Yeah, and each week I come here with high hopes, you know, hoping that people have just had enough and want to come out and join us. But it seems that less and less, more people have had enough of doing this. Yeah, I thought with the boosters getting mandated and stuff like that, that a few more people would be like, you know, fuck this shit. I'm going out with those people as well. Who knows? Just got to stop all this madness, all the madness of mandates, and vax passes and all that. It's just got to be stopped. Well, I say, look, offer this stupid vaccine, and if people are dumb enough to take it, let it be on their own heads. But you can't be coercing people. So many people have caved in to get it just because they won't be able to feed the family, keep the roof over their heads, and that's just terrible policy. Yeah, that's right. Well, that's what Danny said. Well, something stinks around here. Someone's opened a sewer pipe. Oh, I don't know. If they did that and they want to go to the hospital, that's terrible. But it's like that Danny said, you know, she wasn't going to get it, but she had to. And in the end, it cost her even more. No different, except now she's sick. Well, she can't, yeah. She did it because she had to look after her kid and keep her roof and all that. Yeah, everything she was afraid to lose, she's lost, and she's lost her health as well. Just a shocker. And no one will be held accountable for it. A couple of soldiers. So we need to see more of that. More ex-servicemen, more current servicemen would be great to see on the street. That'd send a good message.
If you paid him 40 an hour, he wouldn't. There's an army man over there. Yeah, that's actually.
rock. No, they'll do it. They'll complain about it, but they'll do it. Oh, I shouldn't have to stick these fucking things up your kids' nose 2 times a week just so they can go to school. But they'll stick it 2 times up a week up their nose so they can go to school, and they'll make them sit there in a fucking mask as well. They'll do it. They'll do it because the TV says you've got to do it. Yeah. There's just not enough people talking with their feet. So that sign that bloke's wearing on his back, together we can end the segregation. Well, yeah, he's right, but not in these small numbers. It needs everybody.
There's too many that
So you,
don't care. They've
yeah,
got their job and they can go to the restaurant and they don't care.
that's right.
They don't see a problem with it. They literally don't see a problem with it. Just go and get the job.
Yeah, that's what they say. Why don't you just go and get it? Yeah, you're missing the whole point, arsehole. Dude there with a t-shirt that says the unvaxxed sperm is the next Bitcoin. Who would have thought you could fit so much money in a little sack?
There's another guy on his scooter, see his t-shirt?
No.
He was like, I'm vaccinated.
Oh, on the back. I did see that. Refusal, yeah. Rejection may cause offence.
It's not for sale, rejection.
Thing at the back. We're singing at the front. They sound like they're coming from the back. All the masked up, vaxxed up normies just going about their day in there. Where's the mic speakers just out there? Something interesting for you. You can't hear them otherwise. You have to get right up on it. I was still walking. Yeah, the federal crop shop's down here somewhere. It's like I was watching a live stream from last week on that, I think it's a free, independent, free press or something one. And she's walked past where all the federal police cars are. She goes, no, I've never seen them here. Wow, it's getting serious if they moved that. I can love you walking right past the office. And she was making a big deal of the Australian Federal Police cars being there, but she didn't realise. It was parked right in front of the office. Yeah. Well, that zoom's a bit tight. Hang on. There we go.
I see the car driving.
Oh yeah, look at that little sign. A little. It says how many boosters until your luck runs out. With some QR codes and shit that you can go check some shit out. It's to do with this big needle. Construction. Every day, boys. Remember that? Every day, every day. Yeah, now every day you just go back to work. A little bit disappointing, fellas. Sign over there says, "Don't jab our future." You don't have a future with it if you don't have a jab. Or 3, soon to be 4. All the masks and shit. Dude just walked past me with an N95 mask on. Oh yeah, cafe lockout dudes. Must have been late. They weren't there earlier.
You might as well have chicken wire on your face.
I don't know, he's getting into those people walking through with their masks on. Some about looking like chickens or something. It feels like there's more now. I don't know. It's hard to say. Seems the construction people are getting a bit of an earful.
We'll never give up the freedom. We'll never give up. We'll never give up. We'll never give up the freedom. We'll never give up. We'll never give up. We'll never give up the freedom. We'll never give up. We'll never give up. We'll never give up the freedom. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up the freedom. We'll never give up. We'll never give up. Never give up the freedom. Never give up. Never give up. We'll never give up the freedom. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up the freedom.
We're never giving up. It'll just be taken away from you. Like it has been already. In some respects. Not totally yet, but... In fact, I'm not allowed to go to work. And there's a job there waiting for me. It's a bit of a joke. That sounds like having a freedom taken away. Not being able to go into certain businesses. I can't go to the pub because I don't have a vax pass. That sounds like a freedom taken away. Even getting medical treatment. is a thing to be concerned about because you don't have a vax. Even if you do, we've seen that it's still farcical. My auntie had a little scare the other couple of weeks ago, and before the ambulance people, what do you call them, paramedics, would even take her in the ambulance, she had to pass a rapid antigen test. She had to have return a negative on that before they would even put her in the ambulance. Then when she got to the hospital, she had to have another one, and that one came back positive. So they put her in a COVID's ward, and then later on that day they sent her home, or that night or the very next morning they sent her home. Makes no sense. She's alright, thank goodness. But what a joke. You can't even get into an ambulance unless you do your rapid antigen test, wait 15 minutes for that to come back negative. I hate to think what happens if it comes back positive. Sorry mate, can't help you, you're just going to have to die there. Fucking joke. That sounds a whole lot like freedom's taken away to me. They're nothing that anybody gave up. They were just taken. That's how it works. The only way that they can not be given up is if, say 90% of people say, no, fuck you. It's not going to happen. Without force. But instead, here in this country, 90% of the people go, yeah, fuck it, no worries, we'll take 3 jabs. Fucking joke. Here we are at the Federal Police building. Everybody's screaming, you serve us. Technically they don't. They should, but they don't. One other private corporation that is subcontracted to the larger corporation. They're just subcontractors. Do they have the speakers, the sound system up there or not? Maybe we should go up and have a look. Get up and see what's happening. Don't know what's going on. Can't really see. Hang on, I'll get up in here. Hopefully the reception stays good. Dude in the red hat was that bloke who was just speaking at the end of the last stop about serving papers. He's going inside, I believe. Yeah, they escorted him in.
Okay, we got now. Alright guys, so to be aware that the Melbourne Revolution has been serving stations for the last week, it's happening in different cities stations. So we have a situation where people within our community are being assaulted. People are being harmed. We have injured parties within the community. We have investigations taking place in common law. Constitutional people are trying to help with what they can bring to the table. But what we don't have is help from our investigative bodies, and that's the police.
Do your job!
What we need to recognise is here that we're all getting screwed. Screwed the police. It's very simple for the police constable to take a statement themselves, investigate it, but we haven't had someone yet that has the courage to do that. But we will. We know that they're in there. You just need to know that the people are behind them to support them.
Even if I do that,
Each police station can be dropped in for refuse to take the files. They suggested that we go to federal, which is why we're here.
So they can do their job.
Now it turns out that federal is closed, there's a security guard inside. Hang on, I get the bigger one, hang on.
Get the big guns. Get up, Billy! Yeah, come on, Billy! Do your job.
Okay, so here's the gridlock. You've been dropping into police stations, dropping in the documents. But the time the police are very reluctant to take these documents. Okay, now we have it on board that it's come down from upstairs that they're being told not to accept those documents. So let's expose management for what it is and what it's doing to their junior members here. We've got a lot of members, ex-members that are standing in the crowd here with you, shouting and shouldering with you today. Everybody's been let down and we need to find a way to deal with this, and that's what the Melbourne Revolution are trying to do. Get all the skill sets together and let's hit them from all angles. Alright? So, we've just spoken with the police here. They're going to allow Danny's an injured party to this crime. He's going to make a statement as an injured party up in Melbourne West, and then we will provide the documents as supportive evidence to that crime to see whether they accept them on that ground. And again, if they don't accept them on that ground, they don't stop there. They're aware of it, okay? So we're going to arrange to come back down here to the AFP headquarters to make a statement and drop in the documents later in the week when we actually have someone here. But now we're going to head down to Melbourne West and drop the documents in there.
Do their job!
Thank you.
Do your job! 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 Do
propagandise. 4 weeks. Whereabouts are you at? Somebody there just said that job's being mandating 2 or 4 weeks to get to. Don't know where this from though. Are you what they would call a general worker, or are you one of those frontliners propagandised? Yeah, I'm not sure whether he's a general worker, frontliner. Yeah. General, there you go. So basically everybody, like here, you got to have a jab to keep your job. 4 weeks to go, general worker. Oh, company policy, not statewide. Company policy. That's shit, man. That's really shit. And I suppose most of the people that work there are going to go and get it. If you had enough people there, if the majority of that workforce said no, we're not doing it, they would retract them. Surely.
We'll never be defeated.
Can't understand them. Even up close, it's hard to hear what you're saying. Can't hear what's happening, I'm sorry. So So what I gathered though, I wanted to file some papers, and they have the injured party there, which is that Danny that was just speaking at the last stop about her back's injury, along with all its body spasms and tremors and shit. So I don't really know what's going on exactly. Sorry. And what they say, you can't really understand through that big ass megaphone. So, sorry about that. Sort of seems like something's happening, but at the same time nothing's happening. So when we get around the back, you can see that Danny talking with police, but so they're state police. I don't know what's going on. We're at the federal police building, so we can't quite work it out. Is it AFP, Australian Federal Police? Focus, you fucker. So yeah, I can't really tell what's happening.
I think they're just waiting, aren't they, for somebody to come out and serve the papers too?
Don't know.
Yeah, they're waiting for somebody.
Don't know.
You know what they're waiting for? Yeah?
No. No, we're just as confused. I know they wanted to serve some papers there or something, and have Danny with them as the injured party.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. I couldn't really understand what they were saying through the megaphone.
Me neither, because it was too much.
Yeah, I was right up there and I still couldn't understand them very well. Yeah. Well, the door just opened. I think she's gone in, eh? Well, the door just opened and closed, so maybe she's gone in.
This is a police station.
Sorry?
Police.
Yeah, federal police. Yeah, I'd say so. I think that guy's got a red hat. He's up the front. He's up the front there. The door didn't open. Pointing that right at those police. What's going on? Let's see if I can get a look. No idea what's happening. Yeah, Ruby, a lot different this week. Where instead of marching and then going to like a bullshit festival, they've stopped along the way and had speakers along the way. We just stopped out the front of the hospital back down the road there. We heard from a couple of vax-injured people. That woman that was at Geelong, the vax-injured lady Danny that was at the Geelong protest, she got up and spoke, and she's over here at the moment at the Federal Police building. She has something to do with serving them papers about the injury she had and stuff. So I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't quite understand everything that I was talking about. Couldn't quite understand it and couldn't quite make it out either, what they were saying. She's got a bunch of, Danny's got a bunch of papers in her hand.
Just served the papers. He's taken them in with him now.
So she gave it to that officer. So the guys with the light blue, they were Federal Police, yeah? They just took them, they took the papers in?
Yeah. I saw him with him in his hand.
Right, so there you go. Whatever that was all about, the papers that they wanted to deliver and submit have been delivered and submitted and received by an Australian Federal Police officer and taken inside. So. Oh, g'day Brendan, how are you, mate? Seymour from Ohio, how you doing, brother? So yeah, whatever was in those papers, something to do with Danny's vaccination injury. She got a real nasty one. Whatever it was exactly about, I might have to try and listen back to what they were talking about. It's really hard to hear the words they were saying through the megaphone and with all the background noise as well. So, I don't know. Wait and see, watch some space about that. Wouldn't be watching this space for news on that. Yeah, I'm well. Yeah, Omicron hasn't got me. Or have you seen the new one they're trying to flog? They're trying to flog the new one called the son of Omicron. Although one expert said it's not really like a son, it's more like a cousin. But the son of Omicron. And get this right, the son of Omicron is it's much more, what's the word? Transmissible, that's the word. Much more transmissible than the normal Omicron, except they can't detect it on a PCR test. They can't pick it up in any tests. So yet they reckon it's here and people are getting it, and it's going to be much more transmissible. But you can't find it in a test. So you just have to trust them on that one, I think. Trust me, it's there. It really is. It's just as bad as every other variant. Really, honestly, truly, you got to believe me. Contagious. That's the word I was looking for. That's like that little Johnny joke. You heard the little Johnny joke about the word contagious? The teacher was asking everybody about three syllable words and stuff like this. And to say the word and to give the definition of it, put it in a sentence. Little Johnny nominated contagious. And she said, "Can you put that in a sentence for us, Johnny?" He said, "Yeah, my uncle drives an orange truck. He rolled it the other day and oranges went all over the road. I'm going to take that contagious to pick them all up. I'm going to take that contagious to pick them all up. Contagious." Yeah, sorry, I didn't tell that very well, but it's a good joke. Told correctly. Yeah, we've all got the son of Omicron. And like I said, there was an expert in an article I saw about it, said it's not really like the son, it's more like the cousin. It's more like a cousin. It's of the same lineage. So now fake viruses have bloodlines now. I wonder if they have a king and a queen and all that shit. The monarchy of the virus. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous, but you know, people still buy it. You got people walking around I see them walking around in N95 masks outside. I mean, that's a real fucking true believer there, isn't it? Sad, sad, sad. Haven't got a fucking hope when we're surrounded by numbskulls. Well, someone's talking. I'll see if I can get up. See if I can get up so you can hear what they're talking about.
And I say it in the most sarcastic way. The Chief Justice Ulstergren of this family called Australia is
Hang on a
one
minute.
of the main reasons
Where'd she go? Lost her. Oh well.
and particularly children. They took my license not because my 5,000 clients, not one of them made a complaint against me. No mismanagement of any funds. Every penny accounted for. All the money raised was not even spent by any of my team. And when they started
I haven't seen any ice cream vans yet.
they realised that.
But I'll be getting one if I do.
So down the road, Supreme Court judges recused themselves because they didn't want to bring Chief Justice Ulstergren into the cross-examination to be cross-examined by me. And it's not just Chief Justice Ulstergren, it's magistrates across this country. It's children's courts judges across this country. Federal court judges across this country. And unfortunately, even high court judges in this country. So when the system turns around and you've done nothing wrong, except that you're over-representing clients, I'm over-representing and I'm holding these pedophiles to account. To account. And I'm guilty of bringing down reputation. One lady is bringing down this entire institution. And when I serve papers on the Chief Police Commissioner for his disgusting behaviour.
Yep. Serve him!
Officers for their disgusting behaviour.
Yep. Shame!
Creating more violations on people who have already been violated.
Done. Gazi.
The Chief Police Commissioner was very angry. Oh yeah. And they were all very excited to think that by taking my license away, they will take my voice away. Really? Well, we've got a beautiful veteran here. I just recognised. Thank you so much for coming. How beautiful. Thank you, wow. Amazing. Thank you very much. They thought by doing that, they'll take our voices away. Now, do I turn around and beg them to take me back into their club? Do I turn around and beg them to please give me my license back? No! I'm not going to beg them for my license back. I'm going to build a better and bigger system. And when these systems are failing us, when these court systems and our police systems and our medical health systems, and when our military, and when every system is failing us by deep corruption, we don't beg them to listen to us. We look for ways with each other and building better systems.
Yes!
We build better systems. And what does that mean? Building better systems.
to get to know each other. So
It's not like Build Back Better, is it?
Launching something very different beyond the court cases, yeah? We can keep on going and going with court cases and confronting more and more corruption and the filth. I don't want to be with filth anymore. I want to deal with people who will inspire me to build urban farms, to build satellite cafes in our own home and introduce each other there, to build new communes, okay, to build education alternative systems, to build healthcare systems where our nurses will be sent out to those who've been thrown out by the hospitals.
Yes!
I don't want to be treated in these hospitals when they're failing.
High ground!
I don't want to be begging them to treat me when I know more about my body than they do.
High ground!
And I want to learn from those who are inspiring me to be a better person. These judges do not inspire me.
Yes!
They make me sick. And this is not our common law tradition. This is not our constitutional tradition. These are not our even statutory laws. They are pissing on our traditions.
Pissing! Pissing!
And bought by foreigners, foreign corporates. This is the reality. And I don't beg them for mercy.
Yeah!
Not now, not ever. So please, please, look out for our space where we've called it co-vision. We build a vision, and we're going to build alternatives, and we have to get over our egos. We have to get over our victimhood. We're not victims, okay? We only choose to be victims when the perpetrators try to victimize us. We must not allow them to victimize us, okay? We're survivors, we're leaders, we inspire each other. So please look out for our space, and please join. Every single one of us can convert every one of our properties to food resources, to educational facilities, to medical health facilities. Okay, we don't need them anymore. Okay, they've kicked us out, and we say thank you.
Get up for Saran! The lady, big lady with a giant heart. And she said some things that are very important. She is just one person. You are all one people. Just one person can bring this entire establishment to its knees, and they're all shitting their face nappies. And I just realized it's poignant. Remember, Federal Circuit Court? That's when Novak Djokovic's hearing was heard and he got deported! Yeah! And a genius once said, Buckminster Fuller, he said, you never fight an existing system. You make another one that makes the old one obsolete. And that's what we're doing. You guys are obsolete as of now.
What a dream is here.
Victoria, please. Central headquarters, the hornet's nest of I can't tie my shoelaces without break those shoes and the sergeant tell me what to do.
If it's not the one in the Dow, I think it's going to be 21 and he'll be 20.
Right?
Dow, then.
Are we ready to fight?
Oh, Brendan, what trouble have you got yourself into? I don't know what that means. Get yourself into some kind of trouble, got to go to court. Oh, good, JK, just kidding, sorry. I'm a bit slow on the update. That's good to know. Yeah, no, I saw it when I moved forward, I saw What's going on? Stop for a sing-song, have they? They stopped for a sing-song? Fucking marvellous. Yeah, let's get around. Yeah, they... So these few thousand people are claiming to be the 99%. Here we go, now we're walking. We stopped singing and we're going to walk again. Hey, we could get a good walk past now, couldn't we? Go down a bit, I don't know if... We get down here and let everybody walk past. We were buffering last time we did it, where we stopped with the connection was shit. there's not a lot of us here. No, I haven't watched them yet. I'm planning to. I'm going to try and get home. When I get home, I'm going to try and find as many of those Canadian trucker convoy streams as I can find. You could do something like that here. You can hardly drag people out to walk around the streets in Melbourne and complain. You never get a convoy like that happening. Although there is one planned, apparently, taking off tomorrow, and planned to be in Canberra on Monday. Be interesting to see how that turns out. So disappointing, the numbers here each week, you know. After those huge ones, we were in the wake of the new pandemic legislation. We had so many out here, hundreds and hundreds of thousands on one day. Then they passed the bill and everybody just, well, fuck it, I might as well go and get me booster. I don't think anyone comes anymore. Yeah. I'll check it out, Jeff Mac, later when I get home. That'd be good. Thanks. Yeah, like I was saying earlier about the numbers, on that massive day when we had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people out, there was a time-lapse camera set up and it took an hour for everybody to walk past it. I tried to do a walk past before, but apparently the video was buffering a lot in a bad spot and took about a minute and a half, 2 minutes for everybody to walk past here today. Pretty, yeah, disappointing. It's really disappointing. Just feels like it's just gonna fizzle out until me and my sister walking down the street by ourselves. But as long as people are locked out of work due to jab status, I'll be coming. An ice cream van would be good, right? Brendan asked before, any ice cream vans? Haven't seen any yet. But I'll definitely be stopping to get one if there is. Maybe there's a shop on the way back. Sounds terrible. Music through a megaphone. Aussie rap through a megaphone. Gonna get any worse? I just said it sounds terrible, music through a megaphone, then I realised that it was Aussie rap. Fuck, could it get any worse? You could, I didn't think you could make Aussie rap any worse, but play it through a megaphone. Fucking hell. It's just a noise, it's white noise. Fucking horrible. We're coming down to the cop shop. We're just about every walk we've been on the last few times comes past the cop shop, and you know what everybody's going to say? You serve us. If it was an ice cream van, I'd be saying that too. You serve us. Soft serve us. Soft serve us, I'd be saying. Choc dip, soft serve. Choc dip with a flake in it, thanks. Says g'day.
G'day.
Bipolar bear, Brendan.
Where's he from?
I think he said, are you up near Lakes Entrance or something, aren't you, Brendan? Am I right? Somewhere around up there? Alright. Where am I going? Oh, I'll get up near the speaker. Alright, I'm moving in. See if we can't hear what they're going to say. Oh, I told you they'd sing that. 3-word slogan. Should be able to hear what they talk about from here. We've got the public order response team over there, a couple of members. The ones in the dark blue. They're not wearing their body armour though today, so I don't think they're going to be cracking any skulls. There's one got his camera out, film everybody. Stand up or stand down! Now, let's see if I can get right up. Almost in the front row.
Welcome to Tyranny HQ, Victoria Police! Is John Murphy in the crowd? He's a retired war veteran and he's speaking today. John Murphy. There you are, sir. We have John speaking. He's a retired war veteran. Victoria Police wears an upside down satanic pentagram as the badge. They don't serve us, they serve the satanic, Freemason worshipping, child sacrificing pedophile. Their badge is an upside down satanic pentagram. And you can stand with us, but you don't serve us.
Stand up or stand down! Stand up or stand down!
Yeah, they're working on it. They have the speaker behind the microphone, so the microphone is pointing to the speaker. That's how you get feedback.
And I'll just catch my breath. But, look, we've said a lot about police in all these weeks and months, and there are some bad dudes amongst them. But listen, I've got a message for the good cops who are stuck in this place and can't get out, and that is that up here. Oh, is that better? Yeah. Oh, I can hear myself now. Yeah, look, we want to know in the Victoria Police Force where all the good cops are right now. They reckon that there's a lot of good cops in the police force. They're not all bad dudes. And if there are, we want to know, where are they? So, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? those thousands of police who consider themselves to be good cops should be now disobeying unlawful commands. If they're seeing that we're living in a tyrannical state right now, they should be collecting the evidence against the perpetrators. If they're seeing the serious injuries and deaths from this now known toxic jab, they should be collecting the evidence. If these good, honest cops are seeing the hospitals filling with vaccinated victims, they should be collecting the evidence. So they may be stuck inside a bad system, but they don't have to do nothing. They should be doing something towards the future freedom of Victorians and Australians. Do your job. Now they might realise that they're working for a corporation, and as a corporation they are agents of a corporation, and they might wonder if they are representing the people, but as a corporation they are now employed by the government and protecting the government from the people. Now, I can remember back in the 60s, before there were any corporations running departments of state governments, and before state governments incorporated themselves unlawfully again, that we had government of the people, by the people, for the people, and the departments were employed by the people, for the people, including the police service. Now, once they became incorporated, maybe the police of those days didn't realise it, but they are no longer at this stage, as far as I can see, protecting the people from the criminals. They're protecting the criminals from the people.
The criminals are the pedophiles in government. Yes.
Now,
they're protecting the pedophiles in government. They're the criminals.
If they're...
Stand up or stand down. Yes.
If there are good cops, and there must be thousands of them there, as I said, they're all stuck in a bad system, but if there are, and they want to earn the respect of the people, they will serve the people. Even though they're working for a corporation, they will do the right thing. They will collect the evidence required. They know what's required for evidence in a court of law, because at some stage this house of cards all around the world, this tyranny is going to come crashing down. And there will be people in government and maybe in the upper echelons of the police who are going to be held accountable, and we will be returning to the rule of law, not the rule of rules. Now, my recollection is that the High Court said decades ago that they only deal with properly legislated law. And they said at the time that if it's not properly legislated, it's pretend law. and pretend law need not be complied with by any person. Now, I'd like to be able to quote where I saw that, but it was in a High Court ruling. You can look it up. Now, if the police, the good cops, want to do the right thing and serve Victorians, then they will collect the evidence. And as a constable, which they claim to be, constables enforce common law, but I'm not aware that corporations are empowered to enforce common law anyway. So that calls into question whether constables are really constables. They're maybe just police officers enforcing legislation. So what's happened to our common law if they're not upholding the common law rights of people? Now, just one other thing.
Impersonating police.
Impersonating. That's pretty much it. But are we going to see? So I'll just ask again, the big question with Victorians, if there are thousands and thousands of good cops, and I really hope they are, because we will need the good cops to be collecting the evidence to make sure that the bad cops and the criminals in government are held to account. So please, to all the good cops, do what you need to do to collect the evidence against these crimes. Crimes against humanity here in our own state. So again, I ask, if we have all of those thousands of good cops, we ask again, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Now, if those good cops are really feeling desperate in their situation, what can they do, they might ask? There is such a thing as whistleblowing, and we need to get the information to the people of what's going on inside this crooked force, that they're stuck in there. And so I've just had the request made, and we're going to ask those good cops to stand with us. So stand with us. 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 Stand with us.
Hello everyone, that's me again. Okay, we are going now to serve papers at the Victoria Police Headquarters. I have to tell you, I served my papers, the papers from Velvet Revolution at the Glen Waverley Police Station. Unfortunately, the sergeant who came and picked up the papers, who took the papers, took his name off his uniform. He did not give me his name, and I was calling for 3 days, no answer about the case number. We need these people on our side, we all know that. So what we're asking today, we have to make sure that whoever is going to receive these papers now is going to give us the case number. We know that the same happened in New South Wales and Queensland and Northern Territory, and they all have a case number. So we are just going there now, and we are praying to God, guys, that we will get that number. Otherwise, we're not going to leave this place. Thank you, John, Murphy, and Les. This is 20 HQ. The echo was amazing. Now, our next stop is St. Paul's Cathedral, the church. And Ed Gilbert.
The church, the representative of the head of all of this. All of this, everything heads back towards the Catholic Church, the Vatican. That's where all their trouble stems from. It's the head of it all, the ultimate head of the snake, mate. The beast.
Ed Gilbert, we're serving documents, I believe.
We don't leave until we get the number. We don't leave until we get the number.
I'll head back out. Find my sister.
Ed Gilbert and Les are about to walk into the police station at West Melbourne to serve them some documents.
Claims to be God on earth. Claims all the powers of God here on earth. In heaven and in the afterworld. Now I'm going to find where my sister's at. Back here somewhere. Tell you what, for a small group of people, they're making a lot of noise.
And here is a donut to the police and us.
Yeah, strange. This has turned out to be one of the better protests. This idea of stopping and doing speeches along the way is much better than going to a festival at the end of it. Anyway, she's supposed to be around here somewhere. I can't see her anywhere. She's around somewhere. I'll find her. Good chance to have a bit of a vape while I wait. I'll go back over here and see if I can spot her.
That's the next stop, St. Paul's Cathedral is Swanson Street.
Wind's picking up. I hope it's not too bad on the mic. The mic's at the back end of the wind's blowing from the other end of the phone. Very windy. I noticed when we were here this corner last time, the wind picked up, and as soon as we turned around the corner it was gone, so it must be a bit of a wind tunnel here in this corner. Latrobe, on the corner of Latrobe and Spencer Street. Can't fucking find her anywhere. Where'd she go? In advance if the wind is making too much racket. Not much I can do about it till we get moving out of here. This is like I said, it's like a wind tunnel. There she is. There you are. I went looking. I couldn't remember where I came Smoke and Mirrors in the house. Everybody say g'day. How you going, Smoking? Long time no see. So what, he's delivering papers? No, yeah, they want to get a case number or something. You see what he said when he delivered him last time? And the coppers took his name off, defiled his uniform and all that shit. So it'd be interesting to see if they do it properly and lawfully this time. Yeah, we found nothing. Yeah, that's right. And that's all they will do. Like every bloody court case that people have, every time somebody's taken something, some aspect of this to court, they go, oh yeah, no, we see no problem here.
Gotta keep trying.
Even that bloody slug fiasco with Andrews and Sutton and all that, they just said, yeah, nah, there was nothing going on there. When like it was as obvious as the nose on my face that there was something going on there.
But gotta keep trying. Maybe one of these things.
Move her out the back a little bit. The wind is shocking in here in this part. It was the same last time we were here. Stand on the outside a bit, get on the tram tracks. Hang on to that. Let's give this a brief. Getting the good coverage, and that none his streams hard to watch. Last time, all that fancy setup, you reckon? Get some. Right, Smoking. As John LeBon says, what an amazing time to be alive. Shout out to JLD. Such a small turnout today. A good one, a bloody great event, the way they've organised it. And very loud, but very small in number. But an excellent event. Stopped a few some vaccinated injury people speak in front of the hospital. Stopped at the Federal Police Office building. They submitted something, some papers, some vaccination injury or something report there. I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to watch back and see if I can hear what they're talking about. Oh, we're right at the front. Let's go over here and we'll catch. Oh shit! That's where I'm walking. This guy's great all in his PPE. He's got the tape measure out to make sure no one gets within a metre and a half. It's very funny. Yeah, I have. I'll get it again. That sign says the vaccine doesn't work. I'm sure it does. I'm sure it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. We're just told it's supposed to fight a disease that doesn't fucking exist. So I guess in that sense, no, it doesn't work. You can't fight something that doesn't exist. But I'm sure that gene therapy technology is doing exactly what it was designed to do. We've been waiting to deploy that for a while. Alright, I'll lift this up, see what's going on behind me. Is that what that flag there is in front of me? Global citizen flag. Fucking hell. Talk about New World Order. One world government, one world people. It should be a world of separate nations, separate languages, separate laws. That's where I reckon all this shit's going, you know. Under such a pump, put us under such a pump, we'll all fight this horrible world system, and then we'll welcome in a new one. That's what will happen. We'll welcome in a new one under the United Nations fucking design, the United Nations Human Rights Bill and all that shit. Then we're well and truly fucked. But anyway, the human rights, the United Nations Human Rights Bill is an enemy of the people. People see it as their saviour. If you haven't seen it already, have a look in my playlists. I've got must-watch interviews and lectures. In there's a couple from Professor Walter Weiss, and he's got one on the United Nations and stuff. Have a look at that. He sort of actually watch them all. They're bloody awesome, and they'll open your eyes to a lot of things. But particularly the one on the United Nations. You see what I'm talking about. The United Nations, no good, mate, no good. All this sort of shit's coming through from the Vatican through the United Nations and its many different organisations. But yeah, check it out. I also highly recommend in that playlist there's two interviews, Nathan Oakley's interviewed Johnny Cerrucci. Did 2 interviews. They're also must-watch interviews. Very informative. I implore you all to watch through my must-watch interviews and lectures playlist. Next rainy day or next lockdown, just go through some of those. Go through them all, is what I would say. That's why I put them there. Well, we've got a few normies up on the corner here watching along in bewilderment. And yeah, the pressure needs to be on them. Hospitals and that are the ones letting us down the most. I mean, they're the ones that could literally expose it all. All the vax injuries and all that shit. Yeah, but no, they're all holding their tongues, weak cunts. Turning people away. That's the whole thing, this whole fake fucking virus, and you think the hospitals would be the first ones to work it all out. But they're... No, I don't know. I think a lot of them are fucking shit scared of all this shit. Like an ambulance driver who won't take you unless you pass your fucking... Like I was telling on here before, I'll say it again. It's ridiculous. My auntie required an ambulance the other week. Yeah, and they wouldn't let her in the ambulance until she'd done a rapid antigen test and it came back negative. What a fucking joke. 15, stick some things up her nose, wait 15 minutes and go, oh yeah, now we can take you. Unbelievable. Yeah, no, that's it. Healthcare workers scared of sick people. Unbelievable. And I'm convinced that Omicron is just vax reactions. It's something common to the vaccine that all the jabbed up people are getting. That's what I think anyway. Got no evidence to prove it, just seems the logical conclusion to me. Three-word slogans. Three-word slogans. Zoom too much, can't have a zoom and a walk at the same time. Can't control that shit. Yeah, construction workers all at work today. Sitting back watching us walk past. Every day they said, every day they said. Oh well. Thanks for the initial thought anyway, boys. Oh yeah, plenty of bollards around, don't worry about that. Don't sing that shit. That song shit, mate. It's been killed. I didn't like it beforehand and I hate it even more after all these protests. We've never been one. We Are Australian, I think is the name of it. They used it on the Qantas ads. Was it the Seekers that sang that first? Judith Durham and the Seekers?
Go get your balls because you fucked up!
Fair question. How many boosters is too many? Like, when do you draw the line? If you were smart, you drew the line at the first one, like me. No, not having any of them. So once you've had one, you may as well have two, and if you've had two, you may as well have three. If you've had three, you may as well have four. I mean, fucking you're on a hamster wheel then. And that's the crux of the issue. That's what I'm here for. No more mandates. No more fucking stupid rules. Make recommendations and the true believers can follow it. The true believers can do what they want. If you want a jab, have a fucking jab. If you want to wear a mask, wear a fucking mask. I think you're an idiot. Personally, I think you're an idiot if you do. Choose to. But, you know, I feel bad, really bad for all the people that were coerced into doing it. You know, the no jab, no job policy that they put on. That backed many people into a corner that they really couldn't fight out of. Kids and mortgages and shit like that. We're down to Flinders Street now.
I don't mean just today.
No, I know. But that's where we're going today, down to Flinders Street. Up to the bloody Vatican representative. When do we want it? Tuesday. Wednesday maybe. I can go for Wednesday.
What do we want?
These masters, look at them.
When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it?
Scared of a fake virus.
When do we want it? What do we want?
Fresh air gonna get ya.
When do we want it? What do we want?
My 10-year-old niece says that.
What do we want?
You see people out in the street with their masks on outside and all that. That's her catchphrase. Ooh, fresh air gonna get ya.
We say no! We say no! We say no!
We say all kinds of different words.
We say no! We say no! We say no!
And we say no and many other words.
The people united will never be defeated! 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 The people
We've been going 3 hours. It's got 19 left, started in the 70s, about 70s. So there's still like 19, I don't know how long that 19 and a power tank will last. And there's still a full charge on the front. Yeah, and that wasn't charged all the way up. That was like 3/4, or a little bit less, 2/3. That's a popular t-shirt, that one. I'd sell it. It says unvaccinated sperm not available for sale. Please don't ask, as refusal may offend. Yeah, I'd consider selling it. Want to buy a tub of me junk? Gross. There's some normies in shop. Coming down into the Burke Street Mall. That air raid siren's a ripper. There's a lot of normies around here. Can't work out what's going on. Yeah, it's everywhere. In all the old buildings. No vaccine passport. No vaccine passport. No vaccine passport. Few supporters amongst them. really weird. It's like all you see are eyes looking at you. A few faces, mostly eyes and phones. Yeah, that's a very surreal experience. Walking down all the masks, just eyes looking at you. Boosters. Is he a footballer or something? Boosters? Another footballer went down. Another one. Good. It's a handful of them. Yeah, no, I knew about him. He was in the paper, I think, the same time as Jack Darling wasn't going to do it. Cam Ellis yelled and said he's not going to have it. Liam Jones of Carlton said he's not going to have it. Gave up footy. Although I think Jack Darling might possibly have the new one, the Novavax, you know, because they told it's a protein one or whatever. It's all the same shit. TJ wouldn't approve it if it wasn't going to get the job done. Yeah. This one, look. I'm student, can't get vaccine because have needle phobia, can't go back, leaving all, trying to live in peace but making it mandatory forces me to live inside, jobless, with little savings. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Mandates are shit, mate. At best, they should only be allowed to recommend it. Not fucking mandate it, corner people and coerce them into having an untried experimental used gene therapy technology. It's wrong on so many fronts, particularly now we're getting a look at how many injuries it's causing. And on either side of the road, life goes on in complete ignorant bliss. That's a testing centre at the town hall, or is it a jab centre? That town hall, it's either a jab centre or a testing centre. Remember last time we walked past, they had all cops lined up there, thinking that we might go in and do something. Test, sitting right there. So they're using the town hall as a testing centre. So you can go in and find out if you're sick, if you're not sure. If you think you might be sick but you're not really sure because you don't have any symptoms, you can come down here and they'll tell you. Yes, you asymptomatically have a fake virus. But that's okay. You can go back to work. Oh, he's picked a cucumber out of the veggie garden. It's Twilight Zone material, really. I'm not sucking Dan Andrews. That's disgusting. Not wrong. Twilight Zone indeed. There's perfectly healthy people outside and on a quite a nice day with fucking pieces of cloth over their face. Getting some... They're all filming for their TikToks. They're probably all taking little shorts for their TikTok videos. All those flankers back there. Yeah, see this building, it'd be second only in coverage from the police. At the police building had heaps of cops out the front, to protect it. This will be the second largest amount of police protecting a building. It'll be at the front of a Catholic church. Oh, someone took a mask off. That's what that clap was for. Auditing Australia. That's Auditing Australia. His YouTube channel is Auditing Australia. He pisses the cops off all the time, like none of your business. That's what he does. He antagonises cops. I like films them and... That guy is YouTube's Auditing Australia. Gee whiz, that's some artwork. Guy's covered in tattoos. Did you see the tats on the cop's arm there? He's got heaps. His artwork all over the biscuits. No, he won't. causing a bit of a ruckus. Oh well, there we go. Let's move around the front. Try and get out of the wind a bit. They're probably going right into it. So I told you there'd be plenty of police to protect this Catholic building. That's how it works.
Boring! Boring!
Yeah, see look, there's many police protecting this Catholic building as there were the police at the police headquarters. What does that tell you? That gives you a bit of a clue as to who runs the show, mate. These people are protecting the king of the world. They're protecting his property. That's what it is. There's many police here as there were at the police station that we were at before. We're right here, Carol should be able to see who's doing the speaking pretty good from here. I'll film that for you. Whether we'll be able to hear it or not is a different story. Get in about here. Yep, we'll be able to see good here. We'll capture, we'll get it all from here. Won't even have to zoom in. And there's more police around the corner down the steps. So it just shows you, there's more over there. I swear there is as many people, many policemen here protecting the Catholic building, the Pope's property, the Vatican property, as there was at the police station. Easily. These three buildings are the most protected by the police. The government building, the state government building, at the top of Kirk Street, the police station that we were just at before, and this, St. Paul's Cathedral. What do they think is going to happen? Yeah? There you go. So that shows you. There was a handful of police at the Australian Federal Police Building, just a handful. There was none guarding the hospital. There was none at 50 Lonsdale Street, nobody guarding that. There was shitloads at the police station building. There are shitloads at the Catholic building.
Stop on the Trinity tour before we head to Treasury Gardens. The House of God.
No, it's not. The Pope is not God. He thinks he is. He thinks he speaks for God.
When I said,
and you guys are it's written in their books, in their documents, that when the Pope speaks, he speaks as God.
You might want to look up.
Get that through your head.
You might want to think about your priorities. What I didn't know, someone came up to me when we were walking.
Get that flag out of my face. I can't get away from this fucking.
Why Victoria was the harshest hit by lockdown?
I'm going to come past you.
Apparently 150 years ago or so, Queen Victoria made a pact with the satanic, whatever it was. Look up the occult things of Queen Victoria.
The Catholic
Victoria
Church.
is the hardest hit. They are wearing a satanic pentagram. Pentagram has 5. Remember 5 reasons
and you'll
to
find
leave your
that
house?
symbol in that building too.
$25,000 fine. That's where that shit comes from. I didn't know that. And you guys probably didn't either. But you're wearing it. And so now, we have my brother from another soul mother, Mr. Nick Banjo Patterson, a warrior of the light who fights with all his might, because we're right here until the end of the fight.
He's a poet and he didn't even know it. He just seemed to rhyme all the time.
Thanks, guys. Can you hear me? Excellent. So how about those churches and religious institutions, huh? Isn't it amazing that they, this is what hypocrisy is, when organisations claim to be for freedom and liberty and truth, but they turn their backs on the people. See, I've got a message for the mainstream churches and the mainstream religious institutions. If you've got blood on your hands, you're going to be judged for that. You've defied God, you're going to be judged for that. And, you know, if we look at, let's just say, look at the book of Acts in the Bible, very clearly, okay, the message is expressed very clearly by Peter the Apostle, where he says, we ought to obey God and not man. Yes. It's not that complicated, is it? You know, so what I've seen in the churches is they lead their flock astray as though they're part of the government. The churches have acted like an arm of the government. And this is why people are leaving the churches. But you're still seeing this apart. I mean, Jesus wore, you know, he would walk with all the lepers. Right. You know, he would spend time with the sick people. He'd heal the sick people. But we're told we have to endorse this medical apartheid. Okay, so that's the stuff that we need to stand up to. So I'm calling out the churches. You're a pack of hypocrites. Okay, you're liars. You know, and I really sincerely pray that people will not turn away from God because of the terrible example of these religious institutions. You know, those religious leaders, they're going to be held to account at a higher standard by God. Where little is given, little is required. Where much is given, much is required. There's going to be a lot required of these people. We've seen victims today. You know what though? We saw Danny, okay? We saw what's happened to her. She was speaking, and as she was speaking, you could see the damage that's been caused by taking this vaccine. The churches have supported that. They've supported that action against Danny, that crime against Danny, because they said nothing. Okay, you can't say nothing. You can't remain neutral. The Bible tells us that. Okay, it says, you know, we can't be lukewarm. We've got to be hot or cold. We can't be in the middle. It's impossible to do that. If you turn the lights off, automatically the darkness comes in. That's how the spiritual world is. So if you remove God from your mind, the enemy will always take residence there. So we need to stay with God. I'm not going to talk for too long. And how we stay with God is by listening to our conscience. Listening to the voice of God that's within us. In the book of John, it tells us that in us is the light that lights every man that comes into the world. And man, this is archaic, so it means man and woman. Okay, that's the light that we all have. That's our conscience. And whether or not you've even been to church, whether or not you've even heard about Jesus or you've heard about God, you may never have heard about that, but we still have that conscience and you can hear it. And that's more real and more tangible than all the external lies that they throw at us. So don't eat up the lie. Let's stay strong. Follow our conscience, follow our heart, because that's the God part of you. And this I say in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Give it up for Nick. Our next stop on our tyranny tour looks like Jurassic Park with criminals. Is Treasury Gardens. Bear with us while we pack up the speakers and head over there, back where we started.
Cheers for big police!
Hey, guy!
building
to see
on the building.
hypocrisy? Let's all read that sign.
But yeah, if you go into that building,
Let's
it's
fully
full
welcome
of all the
refugees.
symbolism that we see everywhere.
We're the
This is the head of it
refugees in
all.
this country now. That's who we are, we're the lepers. And we can't get into the church because all these police officers
Don't
are
want to go into
blocking
that
us and the
church
doors are
anyway.
locked. That's the country we're currently living in. I'm going to finish my speech at the next place. Let's go.
Come out of her, my people. No, I've got that one. I had that one. The Seventh-day Adventists are all over these marches. Sorry, I wasn't watching very well. Got a goon bag. Can't tell which way the wind's going. They're good for making noise though. Yeah, shouldn't be walking there, shouldn't be bringing their dogs. Shouldn't bring their dogs with them. At least it's not a hot road for him to walk on. This one's quite happy. Little Staffy's loving it. Look at that. That's a good looking dog, that one. This one's got the right idea. That's how you do it. Noise going on. I reckon some of the dogs are a little bit frightened. Some of them couldn't give a shit, like that Staffy there. That Staffy's loving it. Well, we'll give credit where credit's due. Even though it's such a small amount of people here today, they're very loud. Probably one of the loudest ones for a while. can't see them, but there's people on the balcony up there. always end up near the bloody drummers. I don't know how that always works, week after week. We had people back there shouting up to those in the balconies, come and join us, come join us. Fucking believable. They'll have the line of those cops out the front of Andrew's office again. For the last time we walked past there and they had them all down there. can't get away from the squeaking, just get away from the drums. I was thinking, it's not that the drums bashing in my ear holes, and then you get right in your fucking ear holes. All you need to do is get one to run, so when you're making noise, it's not as bad. It's true though, when you're doing the noise, it's not as bad. What do we got here? Might grab a water, you want a water? Thank you so very much. Stranger, it's been a good day out. Much better than the last few. Just a shame about the numbers being so small. I know, Kirks, there's no ice cream van in sight. We're disappointed, I'll tell you that. Dude asking for his freedom back. Oh, look at these dogs. They're good looking puppies. See that? They're saying give us our freedom back. Why don't you say please at the end? Please. Please, can we have our freedom back? Yeah, don't worry about that, Kirks, no problem. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. That's the only disappointing thing about today was the numbers. Otherwise, it was really, really good. Really loud, really well done this time, stopping with all the stops here and there. It was really well done. It's just not enough people, sadly. Certainly passionate, that bloke. See what I mean by the small numbers? Like, I'm sure a lot of them have left now. Yeah, people are leaving and have left, but now there's hardly anyone left at all. Yeah, we've got 3 3/4 hours on here. And I've still got the best thing is I've still got a full charge on the phone. It says 11 on there. It was 19 when we pointed it out last time. So we'll catch catch a few of the speeches. We'll see what's going on here. For what reason do you need to keep in my sister's good books, Kirk? Kirk keeps reminding me that it's my turn to buy the ice cream. I said it's very cheeky. He goes, well, I've got to keep in your sister's good books. I'm waiting to find out why now. Why? What are you two cooking up? You cooking up something with Kirk, are you? You two crazy ladies. Oh, that guy, yeah. He might be. He was getting in an argument earlier. Some bloke was saying, you know,
testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Paying for this and paying for that. It does look like he's off his job.
Testing 1 2.
Have a look, this bloke. He's at all the protests and all that. He was at the steps when they were camping on the steps. If he turns this way, just have a look. He looks off his chops. He was having that argument with somebody at the start of the day. Don't know what they were arguing about. Probably about this last score. Turn around, dude. He looks off his. Fucking hell! This bloke who looks off his chops and you scream at me.
This person vaccine up here.
Nah, I'll try later on if he turns around later on. Maybe I should go on the other side. He looks off his chops. Eyes hanging out of his head.
The 90. Together we are mighty, because we are 99%. We'll attempt to keep the noise down for your wedding. Cool. Sure. We'll send down a memo. He hasn't got the case number yet, so I'm not really sure if he'll read that. Where was I? This is the last stop on our tyranny tour. Have you been enjoying yourselves? What? So we have three more speakers for you today. We have the incomparable and famous Thanos, who's been with us since the start. He's just writing a text message to Dan to go something himself, sure. Thanos!
That's all right. Don't worry about the Trumpster. Don't worry about the Trumpster.
Give it up for Thanos!
Trumpster likes his injections. And he likes to force other people to do it too. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Each to their own.
Good afternoon, Melbourne. So I didn't actually prepare anything today, and I usually don't prepare anything. I just usually do all of my speeches from the heart, right? Because one place where God exists more than any other is in the heart. So whatever I say, it comes from the heart, it comes from the Creator, in my eyes. So you can see that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And I think that the climate in terms of the way people are starting to perceive what's happening has changed, and people's intent to be here on a weekly basis has intensified, and I'm sure everyone could agree with that.
That's not backed up by the numbers today, Thanos.
So give yourselves a big round of applause. Week every week, rain, hail and shine, you're here. And I'd like to take a moment to thank the Australian peacemakers, because I'm not sure you guys realise just how much happens behind the scenes with these individuals, the level of organisation to coordinate a moving crowd through the streets. It's not an easy thing to do. The radio communications that are happening in the background, the ensuring that there is not agitation through protesters towards police, because that'll give them exactly what they want. Photo op, and 1% of the crowd will destroy the image of all of us. So hats off to the peacemakers, guys. Give them a round of applause. Now, I wanted to use this opportunity, because I don't like to take too long in the microphone. I like to be short and sweet and to the point. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone would have noticed by now we are in a spiritual war between good and evil. And these satanic Luciferian bastards who want to do one thing, and that is to enslave humanity, they are at full force, and they have the full power of the government, the financial institutions, the medical fraternity, the police, every authoritarian control you can think of. They've got control of each and every single one of them. But there's one thing that
Trumpster, I would disagree. This week hasn't been very boring. The last few weeks have been very boring.
Noticed there's one contributing factor which is common
being on the ground.
All of us.
Today was a good day. There's just no one here.
Something more than ourselves. And when you have faith, nothing can stand in your way. And I remember something that I remember from Scripture, and that is, if you have the faith of a mustard seed in your heart, you can tell the mountains to move into the sea, and it will be so. And these bastards, these Luciferian bastards that have been running us, these Freemason people that have been secretly gathering in their little satanic little rituals, know how powerful the real people are. They know just how much power we have within us. They understand the power that we can have if we nurture ourselves from a young age to understand the power within us.
I agree with you, Trumpster. I agree.
They know just what we can do. So they have purposely kept us dumbed down, purposely kept us in an education system that doesn't serve us, that doesn't harbour prosperity. If anything, it creates good, obedient workers. Good, obedient workers. Good, obedient citizens.
UAP is not the answer.
Don't question a thing. Make sure you get to watch your football once a week.
It's funded by Clive Palmer.
4 days holiday at the end of the year.
And headed by a senator, somebody who's been in there for years and done fuck all. An opportunist. That's all I see the UAP as.
But you know what? This is the awakening. And you know how they say that there's going to be an apocalypse? Well, in Greek, the word apocalypse means to lift the veil and reveal. And what is happening right now all around the world is the veil of the satanic Luciferian rule that has hid in the shadows has finally been lifted, and the people's eyes are open, and they're not looking left or right anymore. They're looking straight down the middle of you bastards.
The only thing I like about the UAP is their stance on vax mandates. That's it. That's all.
This is divisive talk. to keep the focus away from who the real problem is. These bastards that have been putting us against each other and creating wars for years. These bastards that have been oppressing people
That's
and
the
stealing
Jesuits,
people's land
Thanos,
for years.
through the Vatican.
But guess what?
That's the Vatican being
The
running,
apocalypse
doing
is
that.
happening and the
Thanos.
awakening has happened.
Anyway,
and the people's eyes are
enough of
open. And you better run. And you better hide, because there is not an ivory tower you're going to be able to hide in. There is not $1 billion that's going to be able to protect you from the masses of people when they finally wake up and you realise your last fear. Your worst fear, that we're coming. And we're coming in the billions for you. So watch out, because it's going to happen. And when it does, all of you Luciferian bastards are going to get on your knees and start praying to God to protect you. But he's not going to. That's all I've got to say. In the name of God, much love. See you later.
$19.95 for an official St. Andrews umbrella. Thank you, Thanos! And that was nicely pointed out that we're not coming for you, we're fucking here.
It's not many of us.
Right now, in Canada, the Canadian Freedom Convoy.
Yeah, you go Canada.
I think last I checked there was 100,000 trucks and 1.4 million people heading to the capital.
Well, that's what we need to be doing around here. Just wanted to take a notice. Not a couple of hundred people in the park.
And all around
But anyway.
Australia, there's a convoy heading to Canberra right now while I'm speaking. People are leaving Victoria tomorrow. They want to be in Canberra on the 31st of January. We're coming for you, boys! Canberra, 31st of January. Now, our next speaker.
Oh well. Good luck to him, I guess.
George!
We'll see who's next.
George
I haven't
from
seen
Cafe
George.
Lockdown. Not Cafe Lockdown.
No, that's Michael.
It's my first day.
Haven't seen this bloke before, so let's see what he's got to say.
Greetings to my fellow democracy-loving Australians. What an absolute privilege it is to be given the opportunity to address the Victorians' great citizen assembly. I know others have thanked them, but I will also thank the peacemakers who once again have organised today's demonstration and the lengths that they have gone to for months to campaign on behalf of our democracy and in defence of our democracy relentlessly. So let's put a warm round of applause to the humble men with the green vests. My name is George Capnius and I'm aware of Cafe Lockdown, but I'm just an average citizen just like yourselves. And the title of my address to you this afternoon is The True Spirit of Australia. I don't think I'm the only one here who has observed that over the past 2 years of being subjected to relentless and sustained mind-altering substances, being government propaganda, ably disseminated by mainstream media, including the ABC, it feels as though the very fabric of our society has changed. Families have become estranged, friends reduced to strangers, and employees with impeccable records have been unceremoniously stood down.
Shouldn't have sat down, I'm never going to get up.
Previously trusting neighbours look upon each other with trepidation and suspicion. And our beloved children, Australia's beloved children, are being progressively ostracised from society. It is as though our water source has been contaminated.
No shit.
People seem to be either riddled with anxiety or a bit like myself, a bit too serious for their own good. And in thinking about what to say here today, I was just wondering whether jokes are still allowed to be told in Australia, or are jokes like thinking and contrary opinions subject to deportation. So Nick, with your permission,
Okay, jokes are not my forte, guys, so be warned. I'm a bit more like the drummer from the Muppets, but here goes. There's 3 Allied soldiers, a Frenchman, an Englishman and an Australian, and they were fighting for our democracy on the Kokoda Trail. And in the mayhem of battle, they got caught on the wrong side of the battle line. And the Japanese were a bit like today's federal and state politicians. They weren't letting up and they weren't taking any prisoners. So the 3 Allied soldiers thought the only way for them to seek salvation was to bash their way through the Papua New Guinea jungle. And they did so for 3 days and 2 nights until they came out onto this opening. A very, very picturesque opening with a tranquil lake in the middle. They were tired, they were fatigued, mosquito-riddled, so they stripped down to their birth suits and they went in for a dip. But before they could enjoy the moment, they were surrounded by the Indigenous warriors. And the Indigenous warriors instructed them in no uncertain terms to get the hell out of their lake. As they did, they led them to the chief, to the middle of the village, and the chief, they tied him to 3 poles, Englishman, Australian, Frenchman. And the chief read them the riot act. He said, "You have desecrated the sanctity of our lake. And the punishment for such a crime is a gruesome death. We will skin you alive where you stand, and as you stand there, taking your last breath, we will stitch together your human hides, and we will make a canoe. And with that canoe, we will fish on our sacred lake, so everybody around will know that the sacred lake is ours and nobody can touch it without the Indigenous tribe's permission." But he said, "I am a civilised chief and I understand my international obligations to the prisoner, and I do know that I have to offer you each one last request." And before he could say it, the Englishman shot up his hand and he said, "Chief, I have one last request." And he said, "Certainly, white man number 1, what is your last request?" And he said, "My request is to have a knife." And the chief reached across to the warrior next to him, handed the Englishman the knife, and he tensed every morsel in his body, looked to the heavens and yelled, "God save the Queen!" And with that, he slit his own throat. And the knife fell to the ground, and before it even touched the ground, the Frenchman, white in his eyes with fears, he had wet himself where he stood, he shot up his hand and he said, Monsieur Chief, I also have a request." And he said, "What is your request, white man number 2? And he said, "Could I also have a knife?" And he picked up the bloody knife, handed it to the Frenchman, and the Frenchman yelled, "Vive la France! Vive la différence!" And with that, he slit his own throat. And the knife fell to the ground again, and the village, who turned out like we have today, all eyes were on the Australian. And the chief said, "White man number 3, do you have a request?" And he said, "In fact, I do," a little bit casually. He said, "I'd like a fork." And he said, "A fork, of all things, a fork, you know what awaits you." Anyway, they dug up a fork and they handed the fork to the Australian, and the Australian snatched it from the chief's hands and began to furiously stab his body everywhere, stab his legs, his calves, his hemis, and then he put it in his right hand and he stabbed the Englishman down his torso and stabbed the Frenchman down his torso. And as casually as he could and calmly as he could, handed the knife, the fork, back to the chief. And the chief said to him, "You now had your last request. For as long as I live, I cannot understand white man's customs, but now you have to suffer a gruesome death." And with that, the Australian looked at him in the eye and he said, "So be it, but so much for your fucking canoe." In hearing that joke recently,
doesn't understand what a joke is, I think.
I thought to myself, has the long-held notion that Australians are good-hearted larrikins, rebellious by nature, and even against the odds, are prepared to stand down authority as we did at Eureka, has that all just become a myth? I thought, where is the rebel, the critical thinker, those who have got genuine consideration for those around us who have suffered? The teenagers who have committed self-harm, others, family members who have committed suicide, and the tens of thousands who have suffered debilitating vaccine injuries? Where is the basic principle for love thy neighbour? And if in fact the rebel in the Australians is dead, what of our belief system that we're a loving, tolerant people, an egalitarian society built on a bedrock of mateship? Sadly, over an extended period of time, I began to concede that perhaps these values were also in danger of becoming a myth and no longer an integral part of the Australian character.
This bloke's off his chops.
Perhaps over time, we have been reduced to an amorphous blob of anxiety-riddled consumerists, aspirationals, and conformists. But then, in the momentous spring awakening, Victorian spring awakening of 2021, I had the great privilege and good fortune to meet all of you, the great citizens of Victoria that are awake, that are engaged, activated, and genuinely concerned for the welfare of your fellow man and the future of our democracy. Australians who have retained the capacity for critical thought, of empathy for their fellow man, and have the courage of your convictions despite the malevolence and deceitfulness of our state and federal governments. And if you too are sick to the back teeth of the globalist cheer squad in Morrison, Albanese and Bant and the conga line of sycophants that support them, I assure you that the eject button from this house of horrors that we've been subjected to for the past 2 years is fast approaching, and it is in the form of a federal election which must be held by May. And I urge each of you, I urge each one of you to vote for one of the parties that do stand for the basic principle of civil and political liberties. And these parties include the United Australia Party, the Liberal Democrats, One Nation, and there are others. Political parties whose first order of business is to rid our lives and our great country of mandates, coercion, blackmail, discrimination and segregation, as these qualities have no place in the country we all love.
Dude's off his chops.
My fellow Victorians, I know our numbers are subdued today, but we have been at it for months. But I commend each one of you for your courage, as your courage has awoken a nation of cavalry right around this country, as we see hundreds of thousands marched last week, and it's something that you started, and I remind you that fortune, your courage will be rewarded, and fortune does in fact favour the brave. I put it to you that the true spirit of Australia, based on the good-hearted larrikin and genuine mateship, is in fact alive and well, and never ever allow anyone make you disbelieve that. We're a great nation, Australia, and be no doubt the political animals fear each one of you, because each one of you is engaged and activated, and this one gets right up their nose. You're also peaceful and harmonious. I urge you to retain your integrity, stare down the fear and the divisiveness, and with your forks continue to puncture the bullshit narrative that we've been subjected to for the past 2 years. My fellow Australians, I wish upon you all and your families the best of health for 2022. Stay strong, support and encourage each other, and save your wrath for the ballot box. Let's determine to do everything we can to reclaim our democracy, and when we do, freedom will win. Thank you very much, George.
I was waiting for him to kick off that bloke. Thought that bloke up there was going to kick off.
Speaking of jokes,
I don't know, he's just off his tree.
all lawyers and police aren't bad. It's just the 99% that spoils it for the rest of them. And the other one I had, which is, politicians are like diapers. They should be changed frequently and for the same reason. That's from Robin Williams. And now next, people were asking what happened at police headquarters, whether the case number was taken and all that.
Down a bit now.
Les will now explain what happened for people who weren't aware.
Yeah, good. This is what we were waiting for, to find out what the fuck that was all about. Let's see. Now we can
Thank
hear
you
what they're
very
going
much.
to say.
As you know, my name is Leszek Kuntz. I am Pole. I was raised in the communist country. I know what the communist means. And unfortunately, it's coming here. Last year, at the first protest, I was speaking. I was next to Fenas when he was arrested. And I was wearing this t-shirt. Okay, my t-shirt. Just give me a second, please. My t-shirt in the front had the face of the psychopath dictator of Daniel Andrews with the word enough of it. Enough. On the back it said, fight for your freedom and rights. Guess what? 18 or 20 months gone, I am carrying the same message. Fight for your freedom and rights, that's what we need to do. Okay, what happened at the stations, at the police headquarters? Unfortunately, we didn't get the case number. Again, even when the victim of the vaccine, of the bioweapon, report the crime, they didn't care. And the excuse was, our computer doesn't work. So thanks God, we've got the name of the sergeant, we've got his details, we've got the telephone number, and I already spoke to Danny. We're going to go back on Monday and ask for the case number. We need to have the case number so they can start investigation. Okay. Now. I say a few words about solidarity.
Says who, Trumpster? That's a very cute-arty thing to say.
As you know, in Canada now, there's a big convoy.
No one's going to arrest again.
It's obviously also it's going in here. In
the white hats are going to arrest them, are they?
The solidarity movement in Canada is very strong. Solidarity movement in Australia is growing. Solidarity movement around the world will be growing and will be in every country, I'm sure about it. Now, the short story, probably some of you heard that, but I just repeat in few words. In 1950s, the Poles tried to fight the communism. The workers jumped on the streets and they were squashed by the Russians. In 1970s, white-collar workers did the same thing and they were squashed by the Russians. But in 1980s, all of us joined together, and we won. We won the fight with the communists. Unfortunately, they did the deals around the round table, and some of the criminals who were in the government didn't get punished. In fact, most of them didn't get punished. Exactly the same what happened after Nuremberg, after the Second World War. We know that the biggest criminals finished in US. They started CIA and NASA and other shit. Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
that's true.
What I am asking you to do, please join us, because we are standing for everybody. We are fighting with everyone who fights for freedom and the rights. We support everyone who's fighting. Say the word when you okay? With this government, obviously. But one of the most important thing is, if you're going to vote, make sure you consider two things, okay? Because it's not only about the changing the names. That's what happened in Poland. That was the big mistake. We have to make sure that if you want real change, we need to vote the parties or the people who actually stand for something. I've got here two great books. One, which is the most important, is the Bible. Okay, this is the most important book. The second book is the Constitution. Remember, if people who try to rule us and try to go and represent us don't play or don't respect those two, they are just actors. They're not going to be truth, and they are just going to play their political game. Make sure we choose the people who support this. Also, please, we need to join together, and we have lots of big fighters, constitutional fighters around the country. We've got the Glenn, what else is his name? Wayne Glow. We've got the Brian Shaw. We've got Rod Carleton. We've got Lynn. We've got Derek Barrock. We've got lots of people who use the same constitution and fight. Unfortunately, these people cannot find the common ground. They all think that they know better. If they keep going with that, I've got bad news. Well, the same will happen in Poland in the 50s. We have to make sure, we have to put pressure on them. All of us have to put pressure on them to make sure that they join the forces. All these people, Ricardo Bossi and others, they need to join the forces. They are good people, I believe. They want good for us, they want good for country, but they need to join the forces. So please, again, I don't believe in democracy in Australia anymore. I don't believe that the Victorian...
this bloke who just stood in front of us has been screaming over in the background for a while now.
I had yesterday...
A few screws loose, I think.
Andrews already won with 63%. The people say that Andrews won already with 63%. So, you know, guys, just make sure... Would you like to say something? Would you like to say something? Still. Come down. Okay. We'd like to get this guy to say something, but before I let you, I finish, all right? So please, make sure we definitely think before we choose somebody.
This will be interesting.
Okay? We are, obviously, we are not supported by anyone. We are not a political party. We are not the union. We're nobody. We are just people movement. But we are selling t-shirts under this tree. They are $25 each. They got, you know, all the money which if you buy something, it's going to go to cover the cost of the banners, the posters, the websites, and so on. So on each t-shirt there is around $8 profit. But if you can support, we really appreciate. If not, don't worry. The most important part is you're here, you're fighting, and we're going to win. One last thing. Remember, war between the God and devil. The God already won, he is just now testing us, and he is asking us, let's choose. You have to choose what you prefer. Okay, so we need to make sure we choose the right. Thank you. Would you like to say something, sir?
Here we go. This should be interesting.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Nah, spewing. Dude's a screw loose.
Okay, I'm the last and I won't be long. Tomorrow, we're going to Canberra. We don't know what's in Canberra, we don't know how it's going to go, but we're going to be at Northcote Plaza, the rear of there at 9 o'clock. I'm driving that truck that the boys have made with all the child stuff on the back, so that'll be interesting. You'll need a sleeping bag or something to sleep because they won't let us stay there. But if you want to come, I think it'll be an adventure. I think it'll be great. And like I said, I don't know how long we're going for. I don't know what's going to happen. And that's where we are now. And I have to say too, I feel blessed to be here amongst giants. Because I think in the future, at the moment, the future is unwritten. They're trying to write the future for us, but you're the spanner in the works. And I think at the moment the future is unwritten. And you guys are so courageous, you're so inventive, I've got a young man here who's made pamphlets to hand out to everyone. When people ask what we're marching for, he's done this all by himself. I've got there's a young Vietnamese lad, that's John. I've got a young Vietnamese lad here somewhere. He said that he was brought up in communism and he escaped it and he came here. Now communism's coming here. He's got nowhere else to go, so he's gonna fight. And I think that's just how it is. There is heroes everywhere and you can't pick them from the outside. It's something inside their souls. And I want to give my thanks to the guys who organised this, including Nick. I think Nick is going to be one of our greatest leaders. His courage, his clarity, his the ability to recall court cases and know the law, I think it's fantastic. And so I think basically we could be basically the womb of the future. We're just forming now. It's difficult because rebirth is always difficult. But I've had everything, like a lot of people, I've had everything stripped away that I thought had worth, except my family. Everything stripped away. And what I've found is great purpose. I am blessed to be a part of this fight. And that's where I get my energy from. And I think the people, while you're out there, if you're listening now, why you come to these marches is to refill your tanks. You guys are the cavalry of my soul. You fill it up. It gives me the energy to fight for another week. And I believe that's how we stand the best chance of winning. I am blessed to be a part of you. Thank you.
I like Michael. He's a nice bloke.
Thank you, Michael from Cafe Lockout.
And that's it, I think. We'll head off.
He was our final speaker for today. I hope you've all enjoyed the Toonie tour of Melbourne, but no tour will be complete without a gift shop.
Tyranny tour of Melbourne.
Seriously.
Pay that was good.
Exit through the gift shop. Take a look around. Take a look at people next to you. Today, maybe you take away a lesson, someone's phone number, a contact, a blessing, a leaf from Mother Nature where we end up. Take something with you as a gift from today. Thank you very much.
Oh, old man standing. Look out. Oh, fuck it out.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done on earth. Give us this day.
Yeah.
And that's that. A crazy bloke still screaming his fucking head off. All he screams is, "This is bullshit! Bullshit!" That's all he's screaming. Oh, fuck. And that old bloke with his megaphone, the freedom guy. I've heard what he's got to say. He's going to say bullshit and get fucked and all that kind of stuff. I can say all that shit too. Yeah, I don't really think that fella knows what's going on. I think he just stumbled across this in the park and started screaming. Oh, there's another dog just took a shit. Did it take a shit? Did she just leave a turd or did he just have a piss? Did that dog leave a turd? Nah, it just had a piss. I was going to say, crikey, there's nearly 2 dogs were caught filming shitting. Nearly filmed 2 dogs shitting today. Some wedding photos going on there on the steps. Wedding photos, is it? Yeah, I'd say so. Something anyway. Oh, I thought they might have had the cops all on. There's not enough of those. Lined up down there last time we walked past. Back this way. Yeah, so that was an excellent day, really, as far as out of all the marches and things we've been to. That was by far the best one, with the old stopping here and stopping there stuff. Rather than the old march festival dickhead singing and carrying on like that, mother's cries and the like. Yeah, that was much better. Much better. It was loud. Just disappointing on the numbers. Really. No, I don't know if anybody, how well promoted today was. You did a couple of times. See, where they fail is because it's something happening here every weekend, every week, every Saturday, except for what, 2 weeks over Christmas. So what they fail to do is to remind everybody who's there already to come back again next week. Michael sort of mentioned it, you know, how we come back each week, or to recharge his batteries or whatever he was going about. Thanos mentioned something about every week, but they need to say, don't forget to come back next week. So you're here again next week. So you might at least get the same people coming back again, and hopefully, if they promote it right, they could get some more. Oh, we've got another nut job going on over here, have we? Fuck, all the nutters are coming out today.
How are you? Yeah, good. Big club.
Yeah, that might be the ice. Wait, hang on. They're all coming out of the woodwork today, all the nutters.
They've got the mask on. You would know what they'll say to each
No,
other.
no, I know. Couldn't tell she had an angry face or not. Yeah, we had a couple.
The jab's done to people.
I know. It's madness, isn't it? Can't believe it. And some of them have even got those N95 ones on, you know. In 30-degree days like last weekend when we were out, and it was stinking hot, yeah. Okay.
Well, there wasn't many out last week.
But they were all still masked up.
I know, but by the time we walked, I reckon there'd be at least 50% were had a mask.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah, you see more with than without in the city. It's, yeah, I don't get it.
It's petrified. But then they go sit down here and they'll eat.
Yeah, yeah. It makes no sense, does it?
No, not that.
For some reason, when you're sitting down, you can't get the fake virus. But if you,
Well, that's just it. You go and knock on the you go to the restaurant or whatever. Not when it wasn't happening. Anyone come across and said, "Not you haven't got a mask." And we can walk in there, sit down and order. And you go to mask, you take your mask off. So
Yeah.
5 feet.
yeah, no, I'm waiting for someone to mention it to me. And I can just say, you know, if somebody go, "Where's your mask?" I say, "It's all right, I'm eating." Just tell them that it's all right, I'm eating. No, you're not. Well, I'm sitting down to eat then. You know, what difference does it make? That's what I'm waiting for.
They found a blood test they'd done the other day. The doctor said he just walked in. Oh, blood test, yeah. No mask on.
Oh, that's good.
No, no mask on.
They didn't say nothing?
I couldn't care less.
Yeah, that's good.
I just simply, instead, out arguing, just say medical reason for it.
Yeah.
That's the simplest way out. Still, why do you want to people with masks on?
I know. Surprised this wedding party don't have them on too.
We've seen wedding photos of them kissing each other.
I know. Nuts. Take it easy, mate. What a nice bloke. Yeah, look, weddings. There's a few on here. There's a few.
Or are they just taking photos?
Might be just photos. Well, congratulations everybody. That's really good. She's happy up there. A couple of the lads looking suave. Yeah, that's good. Congratulations folks on your nuptials. The Jubied enjoying their days out. Good on them, I guess. And that's why they took their jabs, isn't it? So they could all go out and eat and stuff. So I may as well make the most of it while you're still healthy, folks. Can't begrudge them that, can we? The proper use, good to see the proper use of Parliament steps. Wedding photos, eh? I thought the purpose of the steps on Parliament was to get from the street level up to the door. That's what I would have thought the purpose of the steps was. Oh well, I'm a little bit sort of crazy like that. That's what I always thought steps were, you know, a conveyance. There's nobody in that place. 2 people in that place. 4 lease in that place. Wow. He's pretty quiet in those places. I haven't been looking in the shops as we walk past him. 1 dude in that shop. That one's for lease. Wow. Did you see that? 2 bars, like 2 little cafe bar, restaurant bar things. Nobody in them. And the next place was for lease. The next place had like 1 dude sitting in it drinking a Coke. And then the next place was for lease. It's closed. Fully licensed spaghetti tree. Yeah, it's sign on the door says closed. Oh, that's this. People enjoying their jab freedom. It's wonderful. Pellegrini's bar on the corner. Nando's basically empty. The anxiety shop. Completely empty. Nobody in shopping doing anything in there. 7-Eleven. Oh, 7-Eleven. It's pretty quiet, isn't it? Really, when you think about it. Yeah. Yeah. There's not, is there? Very quiet out. Look at the masks. The elephant and wheelbarrow. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's much going on in that. But then it might pick up later on. There's some people sitting at the front eating. They could pick up a bit later on. Head down here. There's another shop for lease down there. Thai joint closed, not going on in there. Hardly anybody in there. Actually, there's nobody in there, I think. Maybe one table. That one's for lease. Nobody in there, really. Wow. What can you do? Construction lads still going. Japanese joint closed. What time is it? It must be like 5 o'clock. 4:30. There's another bar. Doesn't seem to be many people in there either. Pokies joint. The Chinese joint here. That's closed. Is that what it says? Due to COVIDs. Look, nobody in there. One dude in there. Yeah, fuck, you wouldn't want to be a business owner at the moment, would you? 262 days of lockdown, and then you come out. You probably would have had 1 or 2 busy weeks when everybody got their jabs and felt good and went out to spend some money. And around Christmas time, maybe a little bit, but now everything's shut. At least the hairdressers are full. The beauty joint. Well done, ladies. Good stuff. But the mentality of people, you think, just remember Christmas Day, they were all lined up. Hundreds and hundreds of people lined up out the front of COVID testing centres. Nobody in there, but they might be just setting up. Another Chinese joint closed. It's unreal. Yeah, people lining up on Christmas Day to get the COVID test. Even saw it on the news, and they had one family there and they gave their kids their presents out on the street, lined up on a beautiful balmy summer day, Christmas Day. You go to the next block and walk down to it, eh? Yeah, people are still standing. Imagine that, spending Christmas Day standing outside in a pretty warm day with your mask on in a queue, waiting to get something shoved up your fucking nose because you're not sure. Because you're not sure if you're sick or not. You feel perfectly fine, but you could be sick. You know, you don't know. Police van. Police came in that van. The mentality is just beyond. It's like we said before, Twilight Zone stuff. I feel perfectly fine. Oh yeah, but you could be sick. Well, I don't feel sick. Don't even have a runny nose. Better fucking line up out the front of a COVID testing centre on Christmas Day and then complain that they missed out on Christmas. That's the thing that then complain about it. Oh, fucking stood out the front of the fucking COVID testing centre all day and then got turned away after 4 hours of waiting or whatever. You want to go through little China, whatever we call it? Makes no difference, we've got to go to the next block anyway.
If you want to drink,
There's probably more open businesses down there. They're probably doing alright down that street. Jab, 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 jab. Jab privileges. Jab privileges. No one in there. Well, they're probably only... Might be just setting up for the day. Oh, they've got a full... They're full in there. The Dragon Hot Pot or whatever. Beauty salon full. Which is good. Noodle bar, not open yet. So some of these places might not be open yet, but then at the same time, why wouldn't you be? Another one for lease. That one's nothing going on in there. Oh, this one's full. And hang on to this. Thank you very much. Dan, some of them are scammers too, so you've got to be careful. Some of them are just junkies. Not like, but I'm sure they've got places to be. I think some people are just there to, you know, milk it. You can sort of tell. You know. People a bit of a mess. She had a little doggy as well, so the dog got eaten too. Yeah. Alright, so we'll turn it off here because we're about to hit the car park. Alright, so thanks for showing up again. It's a long one today, but like I said, it was probably one of the better ones. Just a shame that nobody really came to it. Could have been heaps better if we had more numbers. But anyway, not to worry. If you're watching this and you're in Melbourne, come next week. So on that note, again, thanks for coming. And I don't know, see you later, I guess. Cheerio.